Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Forgive our debtors as we forgive our debts. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive our trespassors. Forgive our trespassers as we forgive our trespasses. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Thank you, God, for this day. Thank you, God, for my life. Thank you, God, for all the blessings, miracles, and gifts of today. Thank you, God, for all you do. Thank you, God, for reuniting our family at the right time. Thank you, God, for helping us successfully be reunited and transition to the next portion of our lives. Thank you. Yeah. Oh boy. Right.
Namaste. It gives me great joy to lead you through Soul Sync for Peace. From today, you are beginning your contribution to world peace by doing Soul Sync and by nurturing peace consciousness within yourself. This will be your strength. This will be your contribution to end inner violence and to contribute to world peace. It will be your magic potion to heal your heart of all its wounds and a wellspring of blessing and grace to manifest synchronicities that would pave way for a peaceful and a beautiful life. Soul Sync has freed scores of individuals of their inner judgments and inner prejudice against each other. It has opened their hearts to great connection and compassion. Are you all ready to do the Soul Sync with me? Please be seated with your eyes closed, your spine erect, and your body still. We will move into the first stage of the Soul Sync. Take 8 conscious breaths. Use your thumb and your fingers to keep count. Move to the second stage. Inhale slowly. Exhale, make a humming sound. Do it for 8 more counts. Take 8 conscious breaths. Bring awareness to the natural pause that occurs between every inhalation and exhalation. For the next 8 cycles of breath, chant Aham on your exhalation. Do this for 8 conscious breaths. Allow the tips of your index finger and the thumbs touch each other. Rest your hands upon your thighs. See and feel everything around you. All forms, see it dissolve into light. Feel yourself expand into limitless consciousness. In this beautiful state, hold a heartfelt intention for peace. Peace within you and peace in the world around you. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. May you become peaceful within. May your loved ones become peaceful. May the world around you become peaceful. Whenever you feel ready, you may slowly open your eyes.
Whoa. All right, so really important here is this. How to write a damn script. Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, they really did change the home feed and the shorts feed once again. This is what I need to figure out here. I'd rather watch.
Today we're talking about writing killer scripts. The reason winning creators go viral so often is because of their script writing. You might have a great video idea, but how do you actually write a script with a compelling story that keeps people hooked the entire time? This is an art. I've analyzed hundreds of the top creators across every niche, and they all run the exact same script writing process. So in this video, I'm gonna break it all down. This is the proven 5-step framework for how to write killer scripts that keep viewers hooked. By the way, I'm Callaway, I've done over 1 billion views, I have 1 million followers, and this stuff is all I do all day long. All right, let's dive in. Now, before we get into the script writing framework, there is a critical first piece that you have to understand. understand. And long, all right, that keep viewers hooked. By the way, I'm Callaway. I've done over 1 billion views. I have 1 million followers, and this stuff is all I do all day long. All right, let's dive in. Now, before we get into the script writing framework, there is a critical first piece that you have to understand. And this alone will level up your script writing in a massive, massive way. Winning on social media, first piece that you have to understand all day long. All right, let's dive in. Now, before we get into the script writing framework, there is a critical first piece that you have to understand. And this alone will level up your script writing in a massive, massive way. Winning on social media is all about hacking human psychology. This is the game within the game. It is the most important building block in content. Now, content psychology really boils down to one single principle: expectations versus reality. Expectations are what people think is gonna happen. Reality is what actually happens. When reality beats expectations and things go better than expected, people are happy, they keep watching, and you win. But when expectations beat reality and things go worse than expected, people are not happy, they stop watching, and you lose. It really is that simple. This give and take is why you feel so good after giving a public speech, because your expectations are super low because you think you're gonna bomb. And then after you go and it's fine, you feel great because reality beat expectations. Now, I start here because understanding this expectation versus reality psychology concept will influence every decision you make when you're writing a script. That really is where the sauce lies. It is the black magic that makes all this stuff really work. And if you understand that, the script writing process that I'm about to go through becomes way easier. Okay, so these are the 5 script writing steps in the process. Number 1 is packaging. Number 2 is outline. Number 3 is intro. Number 4 is body. And number 5 is outro. I write every single script in this exact same order. Now let's take each one quickly and break down how to do it. Your job when you're writing the script is to make sure the first few lines of the intro confirm and ideally beat their expectations set by the title. This is called click confirmation. It's one of the most important principles to winning on YouTube. So if Mr. Beast has a title that says, "I spent 100 hours inside the pyramids," then right away in the first sentence, and ideally the first intro, he's gonna show you and tell you that he's in the pyramids. This would meet expectations. Now, to exceed expectations, he would also add on something like, "I have unprecedented access to explore pieces that have never been explored before." And this takes base expectations, the pyramids, and then beats them, unprecedented access. This positive gap of reality beating expectations hooks the viewer. And it turns out this is exactly what Jimmy does in every single video. It's exactly what every winning creator does in every video. So before you write any script, you need to have your video packaging dialed so you know what to put in the intro to get this confirmation. And the packaging of the video is made up of the idea, title, and thumbnail. Now, the idea is a one-line sentence describing what the video is about. More importantly, this is the pain point that you're trying to solve for your ideal viewer avatar, or it's the rabbit hole you're trying to create so they go down the loop. If you don't have a good base idea that's something they'd actually want to watch, it's gonna be so much harder to avatar. Or it's the rabbit hole you're trying to create so they go down the loop. If you don't have a good base idea that's something they'd actually want to watch, it's gonna be so much harder to write a killer script because they're not gonna be interested in it. Okay, now next and most important in this packaging is the title. It's critical that you have the title established before you write the intro. I'm not gonna cover how to write a good title in this video because that's a whole other psychology can of worms. If you guys are interested in that, let me know in the comments and I'll make a video on titles. But the most important thing to know about the title is that you're trying to trigger a click curiosity loop. Does the title alone get the viewer curious enough about the pain point or problem that they cannot resist clicking and they have to find out what you have to say? And also, based on that title, what expectations should a viewer have coming into the video if they did click? Because slight tweaks in the title wording can completely change the incoming expectation. And again, the whole point is to have reality beat expectations. You don't know what reality should be with the click confirmation if you don't know what that expectation is. Now again, if you're bad with titles, you could use tools like 1 of 10, vidIQ, Spotter Studio, View Stats. There's so many tools that allow you to remix titles and optimize them for YouTube. That's what I'd recommend. I have a full team that kind of does the ideas and titles for me, but if you don't have that, using one of these tools is a great way to do it. Now, when it comes to thumbnails, most YouTube experts will demand that you have the title and thumbnail solved before you even start writing the script. But I don't agree with this. The title for sure, but I think it's okay if you have the thumbnail loose, but not really dialed. And that's because the creative process and back and forth that comes with the thumbnail can be a huge inhibitor to action, agency, and creativity when you're writing a script. If you have to wait and delay constantly because you're waiting for the thumbnail to write the script, it's just gonna slow you down. And so in my opinion, the title is a must. A loose thumbnail idea is fine. That will get dialed in over time. All right, let's move on to step 2 of the 5-step script writing process, which is outline. Now, before I start writing the actual script, I really like to have a bulleted outline on the page first. And this may seem counterintuitive. You'd think you do the intro first and then the outline and then the body. Why am I doing the outline before the intro? Well, my take is that anybody can learn how to write a compelling intro. It's just a few Lego bricks. I'm gonna go through it in a second. Once you know this formula, you can easily print the intro. So I know in the back of my mind that I can solve the intro. The real moat, the real sauce of videos that goes from good to great is having something actually unique, differentiated, and novel to say in the body of the video. Are your points actually unique? Could you actually beat someone's expectations because your reality is so good at what you're saying? Now, uniqueness in these points can come from the actual tip itself, the process of distillation, how you actually say the tip, or the example that you use to explain what it is. I find that writing these in a quick outline, bulleted first, is a great way to gut check if you actually have something worth saying, or you're just summarizing and regurgitating common things. If you don't have something worth saying that's not unique, before you move forward and waste time writing a script, go research more, go watch other source material, and try to come up with more novel points. I think one of the reasons why my videos work so well is because I'm saying things that nobody else is saying. I am also distilling them down and using different examples, but I'm saying things that I've never heard people say on YouTube. Remember, the goal with script writing is to beat expectations with reality. If expectations are existing base knowledge and you're just repeating existing base knowledge, you will not be able to beat expectations with your reality. So tactically, I like to make a quick and dirty bulleted list and just write this out and zoom out and just think, is this unique or not? And then for each point in the list, I layer on the what, the why, and the how. The what is what it is, the why is why it matters, and the how is how it fits in the overall puzzle of the story. And again, if I don't have unique points in the outline, I'm not moving forward, I'm not making the video. Now it's important to call out all of this, the idea, the title, the outline is all done before breaking ground on the script itself. This is the measure twice, cut once of content. I try to only make ideas that I feel like have a chance to do well, and if it's not gonna do well, I don't make them, I go back to the research process. Okay, let's move on to step 3, which is the intro. Now, before I write the full body of the script, I start with the intro. And my ultimate goal after establishing the click confirmation is to build a curiosity loop. You want to open a rabbit hole in the viewer's mind that they just can't help but go down. Each line should make them want to go to the next line. Now, I have an intro hook framework that works every time. Short form, long form, it works every single time. And you can just copy it. I'll give it to you. This is exactly how to do it. Okay, so part 1 is to give immediate context on what the video is about. This is so the viewer can opt in and, of course, confirm the click. So, for example, in this video specifically, the title was How to Write a Killer Script That Keeps Viewers Hooked. And the first 3 lines of my intro were, today we're talking about writing killer scripts. The reason winning creators go viral so often is because of their script writing. You might have a great video idea, but how do you actually write a script with a compelling story that keeps people hooked the entire time? So this was tailor-made to establish the context and immediately click confirm that the video was about script writing and keeping the viewer hooked. You want to start by bluntly stating this as quickly as possible. Okay, now part 2 is to establish the common take or belief. So what I like to do is establish the conventional belief on the topic. People will get more eager to listen when they feel like you're talking about something they care about. The easiest way to build this common ground is by restating the common belief. Because chances are, if they struggle with this topic, they also know the common belief and that is their belief. So when you restate it, it helps connect in their mind that this is something they should care about. And it also helps set up the contrast, which is critical in part 3. So the intro for this exact video, I said this is an art, and it's one of the hardest things to learn when you're starting out making videos. Again, I'm doing this because people want you to start out confirming the belief they already believe before you offer a way to change it. Now the next part of the intro, which is critical, is building a contrarian take or contrarian approach against this common belief. And the only way to build that contrast between the two is actually to state the common belief. That's how you have to start there. Now part 3, as I said, is by creating contrast by stating a contrarian approach. So you want to offer a contrarian take or perspective that contradicts that common belief. And this will stun them and hold them into needing to hear what you have to say. The best way to exceed their expectation at that EVR moment when they're first listening to the intro is by stating the common belief, but then that you have a contrarian approach that they may not have heard before. So in today's video for the intro, I wrote this. But the good news is there is a right answer. I've analyzed hundreds of the top creators across every niche, and they all run the exact same script writing process. This formula has driven hundreds of billions of views, and it works every single time. This is me contrasting against the common belief that script writing is art. I'm saying it's not, it's science. There is a formula, and I have it. Now right away, I've nailed the click confirmation, and I begin to raise their expectations of what they believe is possible in the video because I offer a different solution than what they've thought of before. Now the last 2 steps can be done in either order. But you have to do 2 things. 1, establish proof for why they should trust your new approach, and 2, give them a plan, an ordered list, or steps for how you're gonna do it. So in today's video, I wrote this. So in this video, I'm gonna break it all down. This is the proven 5-step framework for how to write killer scripts that keep viewers hooked. By the way, I'm Callaway. I've done over 1 billion views. I have 1 million followers, and this stuff is all I do all day long. So in this case, I started with my plan, and then I laid on the proof right at the end. By the end of this intro framework, I'm telling you it works for every video. You have the viewer hook, line, and sinker. By the way, I know this is a lot to take in one shot. If you need help actually tactically doing this, I put together a free 5-day email series which kind of breaks down more of these advanced strategies in a much easier form to digest. It's called the Virality Blueprint. You can grab it at viralityblueprint.com. All right, step 4 in the script writing framework is the body of the script. And so what is actually happening in the viewer's brain right at this moment? As the viewer watches the intro, they're compiling all the previous knowledge they had on the topic, plus combining it with the promises that you're making in the intro. And their new expectation is that they're hoping they will learn something slightly different or better than what they already knew. So for example, if I'm making a video on storytelling, and the title is How to Become a Master Storyteller, and the intro is I'm gonna share 6 new unprecedented things that will make you a master storyteller, then the viewer has a pretty high expectation because they're compiling their mental database of all the things they've learned about storytelling in the past. And they're using those as a baseline knowledge set for what they already know. And so their expectation is that one of my 6 things or all of my 6 things are gonna be new, different, or better than what they currently know. That's how I would exceed their expectations. Now at this exact moment, to really blow their expectations away, the first point in the body that I share, the first thing they hear after the intro has to be amazing. It has to be so good that it blows their mind. That's how you really create this big gap between reality and expectations. And this is so critical because if your first point of the body of your video repeats something they've already heard or is just not that compelling, immediately they will get disappointed and they will lose interest in the video. This is why when you watch a video that's just a generalized summary regurgitating things that you've already heard, you usually watch 1 or 2 points and then you bounce. Maybe you'll see the first point, not think it's good, scroll to the description, read the timestamps, see if there's anything unique, and then usually there isn't and you leave. And this is super common because creators usually don't take enough time to come up with unique, different, and better points in the body of their videos. If you really think about it, expectations are just the viewer's hope that they're going to learn something new about the topic that they don't already know. And so if you don't give them something new, there's no way you'll beat their expectations. When you don't beat their expectations, they leave. This is why the first body point of your video has to be something new and different. And my cheat code for this, which is not intuitive, is to put your second best body point in that first slide. I'm gonna explain in a second exactly why this works so well. You would think you'd want the best stuff first because the viewers are decaying off the video. So why hold your best thing for second? And here's why. Human brains work in patterns. If you show someone one thing that's amazing, they'll think it's cool. But if you show them 2 things that are amazing, especially if the second thing is better than the first, it creates a subconscious pattern where they have to stay to see the third because they feel this value continuing to drip up over time. If you show your best thing first and then your second best thing is slightly worse, it trains the viewer subconsciously that the value will be diminishing and it's not worth staying. But if you slightly increase from 1 to 2, it creates this pattern and they have to stay. This is why most music albums put their best songs in the 3rd or 4th slot. Have you ever wondered that? Why did the single, the banger single with the 1 billion streams, not go first on the album? You would think when you click the album and the first track is the best one, that would make sense. Well, usually the first track is an intro, but it's never the single in the second slot. Why is that? It's for the same reason. The second track is always a great track, but it's not the best track. And so when you listen to 2 and 3 and 4, you're increasing to the point where you climax the best song at 3 or 4. That builds this pattern recognition and makes people stay for the whole project. Now that is deep psychology that you will not hear anywhere else on YouTube. And if you want to learn more about that psychology stuff, these little tweaks that just make a massive difference, this is all I talk about in my free newsletter, content department, and my free community for creators, Wavy World. Links are in the description for those. For each point in the body, you want to include these 3 things. I call it the value loop. 1 is context. Say what it is and explain it as simple as possible. 2 is application. Say how to do it and use as many relevant examples to kind of articulate your point as possible. And 3 is framing. Say why this point matters and how it fits into the overall puzzle of the full story. The context part needs to be clear, concise, and digestible. The application has to be interesting enough and easy to digest where they can begin taking action on their own side. And the framing needs to reorient themselves so when they zoom out, they can see why it's worth continuing to watch the video. And this 3-step frame for explaining points in the body, it suits really well the way the brain processes information. Base facts first, surface level, and then slowly deepening to add inference and connect different points. Now, as mentioned before, you want to organize your points in the body based on shock value, novelty, and uniqueness. You want your second best point to go first, your best point second, your third best third, and so on. Now, the easy way to learn how to do this tactically is just study the videos on my channel. I have 23 or 24 videos. Every single one of them follows this exact same framework. Study the pacing and the rhythm of how I do this. It'll get you much better. When you watch, you will notice this constant zoom in and zoom out. I'm constantly looking at the big picture, going down for the tactics, big picture tactics. It's kind of like a wave. This is what you want to create. It adds to the comprehension. It allows people to lock into the full story, but then also extract a tactical piece. That's how you want to layer these body points. Now, one power tip here is how to seamlessly transition between the points in the body. And the best way to do this while maintaining max retention is called rehooking. Now, I talk about mechanically how to do this in other videos, but this is a really important concept. You basically want to set up these mini hooks between the end of one point and the beginning of the next one. So for example, you may say something like, that point was super important, but if you don't also couple it with this one, then the magic is lost. All of a sudden, that makes the viewer have to hold to the next one if they liked what they heard in the first one. And rehooking really works because people's brains are on an attention delay. As soon as they see something, they'll have max level of interest, and that will slowly start to decay. If you don't rehook them and get their interest peaking, they'll eventually just bounce. Okay, step 5 in the script writing process is the last piece is the outro. And it feels like the outro would be an afterthought, like who'd be listening to this point, but you can add retention and shares and likes and rewatches at a much higher clip if you just do this at the very end of the video. Leave them with a high note. You want to wrap up the video in a clean way. You want to summarize those points and remind them of the pain point solved that you walked through. This is the final push to remind them that we did in fact have reality beat expectations. And this is like the free chocolate that the restaurant gives you when they bring the check. They're doing that on purpose. They're trying to remind you of the good service that they invested the whole previous 2 hours. It's the same psychology. You want to do this at the very end of the video because you want to leave the viewer with a lasting impression of, wow, that was an amazing video. I just remembered all all these tactics that I learned, the reality was much higher than my expectations. And this is where likes, comments, shares, rewatches, all the good stuff that powers the algorithm, it all kind of comes from leaving them with a high note. Now, before we end this video, I want to quickly share one bonus tip that will help you rev up the conversion between that attention and driving leads and actual dollars from your videos. A common question I get around this script writing process is, how do I include a call to action in my script without completely disrupting the flow and making it feel like an ad? And my strategy for this is what I call native embeds. What you want to do when you're creating that outline is figure out proactively which point naturally suits highlighting the free resource you have as the solve. And so when you're speaking about the point, you want to frame the pain point and then give your own resource as the solve. It'll seem way smoother and more seamless if you do it this way. So you can either open the loop with a pain point and then give the solve, or you can speed run a framework in a way that's so deep and fast that most people won't be able to absorb, and then you can offer your free resource as a way to recap, to review, or to compress speed of implementation if they need your help. Either way, you don't want it to seem like you're breaking flow in the script. You just want to seamlessly add it in, showing it natively, and then move on. For example, I did this twice in this video. I'm not sure if you picked it up. The first time was when I broke down the super deep psychology piece, and then I said, hey, if you like the psychology things I'm talking about and you want to go deeper, I have a free newsletter and a free community where you can learn more. I also went through the full intro hook framework, and then I said, if you want to go deeper, I have a free 5-day email series called viralityblueprint.com you can download. You may not have even picked up that I called those out, but the key is these are free and they actually do solve the pain point or enhance the points that I talked about. And here's one other tip that's super helpful. If you want to get better at script writing, but you're struggling with this, there's so much to organize. The intro, the points, actually writing it and getting the rhythm down, it's a lot. The thing that would be helpful is if you could organize all your thoughts in a software and just have it do some of that work for you. So I've been looking everywhere for this, and I built sandcastles.ai for doing this. And when you have it, it compresses 60 to 90 minutes worth of this organizational writing work down into 60 seconds. It really is the most magical way to do this. So if you struggle with the script writing aspect, you should look at Sandcastles. It's one of the best solves out there. See, I just did it again. That was another native embed. I tried to do that purposely because I wanted to see if you would catch it, but that was me naturally integrating a pain point that we've talked about the whole video in a way that didn't really feel like an ad. But for real, if you want help writing full short form video scripts, 60 minutes down to 60 seconds, Sandcastles.ai is actually legit. You should try it out. All right, guys, that's all I have for this video. Again, this was the step-by-step formula for how to write killer scripts that keep viewers hooked the full time. I know we went super deep into the psychology, plus we broke down the full framework and that CTA conversion native embed piece at the end. This was a full masterclass. If you're still with us, thank you guys so much for watching. Leave a comment and let me know what you want me to cover in the next video. But until then, we'll see you guys on the next one. Peace.
Okay. That's a very good piece of content. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to swipe this into no, actually, let's do copy the link. Let's open up Notion. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to brand assets. And we're going to open up something new here. And we're going to say, right, let's actually move that because that's a resource. That's nothing to do with the brand. I'm going to bookmark that. Okay. And let's do that again for the other one. Because what we're going to do is we're going to take the transcript, feed it to ChatGPT, and then dissect everything that we are going to need. I know that guy, Isaac. And this one.
No idea how much one can actually make. So I watched many videos trying to figure this out, but
this is how to make a
Okay, hold on a second.
One of the things I do.
Redo that. Right. And I'm just going to basically compile all of these together into one thing. Okay.
In this video, I'm
not going to obviously watch all of these because that's just like too much at this point right now. But what I will do is I will embed each of these.
I'm a 17-year-old.
Hey everybody, welcome to today's episode.
This is how to make a
Yeah, you see, when I look at all of these thumbnails, it's all negative. There has to be something positive here, you know?
One of the things I don't like.
Yeah, you see, it's all these same things. YouTube changed the new way to beat the algorithm. They were saying that years ago, you know? There's always going to be a new way. There's always going to be a
Today
new
we're
way.
talking about
Always, no matter what you do. No matter what you do. And I think these are enough resources. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to pull the script from each of these. Because today, that's what we're working on. I am curious about this one though.
ये कौन सा जानवर है? अरे ये तो मैं ही हूँ, अपनी YouTube वीडियो शूट करता हुआ विद कैमरा, जिसे बहुत लोग कहते हैं DSLR। ये कौन सा माइक है? ये लाइट की सेटिंग रखी हुई है। क्या मैं ये स्क्रिप्ट लैपटॉप से पढ़कर बोल रहा हूँ? एंड क्या मैं ये वॉइस ओवर फोन से रिकॉर्ड कर रहा हूँ? हाँ। एंड इस वीडियो के एंड तक तुम्हें वीडियोस के बारे में सब कुछ पता लग जाएगा कि हाउ टू मेक वीडियोस लाइक माय वीडियोस इन दिस वीडियो। जी हाँ, तो सबसे पहले शुरुआत होती है वीडियो आइडिया से। अब वीडियो आइडिया जब भी मेरे को आता है तो मैं उसे नोट्स में लिख लेता हूँ, या फिर मेरी एक नोट टेकिंग ऐप है क्राफ्ट, मैं उसमें जितने भी आइडियाज आते रहते हैं मैं उसको नोट करता रहता हूँ। एंड वहाँ पर मैंने एक पूरी की पूरी लिस्ट बना रखी है। जैसे ही मुझे किसी वीडियो टॉपिक पे काम करना होता है तो मैं डबल क्लिक करके उसके अंदर स्क्रिप्ट लिखनी शुरू कर देता हूँ और वहीं पर सब थंबनेल्स, वीडियो टाइटल्स, आइडियाज सब कुछ आ जाता है। और जैसे वीडियो कंप्लीट हो जाता है,
Hold on a second. Show the transcript. Okay, cool. Okay, so I'm gonna, because this is in a different language, obviously, I'm not gonna sit here and read that, I'm just going to take it once again and embed it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the transcript and I'm just going to copy the transcript. That's all I'm going to do here. And then have ChatGPT basically figure out the rest for me, you know? That's basically what I'm going to do. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's more than enough. That's way more than enough. Because today we definitely want to be working on this. And then this for the metrics, this could probably be done, honestly. Average view duration, 1344. Yep. That's pretty right. I think the main thing here is that I would just see if, yeah, you see that doesn't make sense. There should be formulas in here. Okay, that's another internal note from me. And that's going to do it for right now. And the reason why that's important is because if you have a template that you think is good, all right, so when it comes to scripting and you have the template, you think it's good, but it's not good, what's going to happen is you're probably going to have low retention. And if you have low retention, people click off the video because it's not what they wanted, it's not what they needed, it's not what they expected. What do you think is going to happen? What's going to happen is that's going to overall affect the quality of your content. So what do you need? You need to have something where you keep people as engaged in the video and feeling like they got something out of the video as much as possible. And I think, you know, there is no disrespect when I say this. I think a lot of people, they want to do YouTube, but they don't have yet the capacity, the nervous system regulation, or the internal infrastructure to treat it professionally, right? And so maybe this is more of like a young person's desired thing, or desired profession. And I think what we all, and myself included, need to do is to treat it very professionally, right? So really taking this as both not only just an art, but also as a science, because once you have that content stuff down, once you know the template, once you are able to create content, once you're able to create content at scale, what do you think you're going to be able to do? You're going to be able to make videos with ease and grace. And for me, I mean, that's what I personally would prefer. I want to make sure that if I'm creating content, the content that I'm creating is so easy for me to make at all times that I never have to worry about burning out or anything like this. I literally can just say to an agent, hey, execute this prompt, and then it generates the entire script, etc. But if I upload and then I see, okay, there was low CTR on this video, even though there was a certain amount of impressions, there was low CTR. Okay, well, what's the issue then? The issue is going to be the packaging. The issue is going to be either the title was off or the thumbnails were off. So I need to make sure that I'm always in line and in tune with that. That's key. That's absolutely key. And you know what? On that point too, with the Callaway thing, if you took Callaway's titles, right, actually, let's do that. And let's show my process of doing that here. So what I would do, go back to YouTube, go to Callaway. Go to his titles. Does he have a playlist? Let's see his popular videos. Okay, cool. So we're going to take these videos. We're going to put this into the content swipe.
Today we're talking about if you want to grow faster on social media, I'm going to explain exactly how to do it. Because today we're talking about hooks. If you want your videos to perform better, you have to make better hooks. But here's the thing. I just hit 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. 0 to 100K in just 5 months. And here's the truth. I did not follow the conventional wisdom. Some things, yeah. Today we're talking about hooks. If you want your videos to perform better, you need to focus on leveling. Today we're talking about writing killer scripts. The reason winning creators, social media is about to change forever. For brands, for creators, for anyone. The biggest difference between winning and losing on social media is the hook. This is the 80-20 of video. If you want your videos to perform better, social media is about to change forever. For creators, for brands, for anyone that's using content to grow a business. Social media is entering a brand new era.
Beginning of a new era.
It's a new era. Today we're talking about psychology. This is the biggest secret weapon used by all. Social media is just one giant game. And if you want to grow faster, there's really only. Today we're talking about storytelling. The easiest way to get your content to perform better is to tell better stories.
Look at that. He just said, today we're talking about, right? And I think that is the main thing. It's, you want to make sure that when you are writing those, it doesn't even matter how you do the scripts. What matters is the tone of it and like how human it comes off. And maybe just peppering in sometimes, let's say even if you had a script generated with AI, obviously you want to read it off your prompter. But the idea here is though to read it off in such a way that it speaks and sounds more natural. Like, and even in movies, they have lines, they have lines all the time. They're not just thinking out of their ass to, entertain you. They always have a script. Before they do it, they rehearse their lines and then they say it. It's the same thing. The only thing is that they get into the character of who they're, portraying or trying to be. Duh. So simple, right? So freaking simple. Okay. All right. Oh, there is one thing I forgot here. Let's go to Notion. And I want to go to the content swipe. I want to go to the content swipe library. Why? Because from here, right, how to write a killer script that keeps viewers hooked. How to write a killer script that keeps viewers hooked. That's done. And let's go here into title pattern. And I'm not going to take the guy's fucking title. I'm not going to, I'm not going to do that. No, what I'm doing is I'm creating a template pattern. So what I do is I train the AI. Okay. I train the AI. How to that. Using the following linked entries, comma, I need you to audit these swiped content titles. And I need you to basically go into the and determine if there are any new title patterns that we can extract from this current set. And if so, what would it be? Now, you see, and I just swiped everything from this person's channel, and now I'm going to have the AI basically just incorporate and just suggest based on what I already have here from my own title pattern library, whatever possible variations we can come up with. And that's it. Okay. And now let's see it extracted into here. I think honestly I already have enough, but regardless. And you see, that's the thing, like you can easily just create a whole bunch. Okay, now for the entries that you just created, please make sure that you link the relation . And so what I said was, okay, now for the entries that you just created, please make sure that you link the relation and contents web examples property in the title pattern library database. Do not delete or change anything else. Just map and link the property relation for each entry relative to the title pattern you created. And let's see what it comes up with here. It should just keep everything the same. There we go. Cool. Mm-hmm. Okay. And now I'm going to go into here. There we go. Right. I have to extract these as well. No. It's just the brand asset stuff. All right, so there you go. So now we have that. Relock it. And these are lots of different title patterns. There's like so many different title patterns now that we have. So that's good. This is the only thing that I really need to work on. And then everything else is like whatever. All right, so now that that's done, let's obsess one more time about our analytics. Yeah, that's the main thing. It's really gonna come from all of this is gonna come from having more content that people want to watch. This is really all it is. Oh, interesting. Thank you to Daily Curio videos and the Growth Initiative for subscribing. Whether that's a spam account or not, thank you. That looks like that's, yep, Roberta Blake. Roberto Blake, almost at 1 million. But these look pretty much the same, dude. As from the older pieces. Oh, but he's been doing this for a long, long time. There you go. Yeah, from the time when he was in his little corner bedroom. Just like all of us, right? Just like all of us. Mm. Oh, okay. Public. There we go. Yeah, he's changed it up. One year, 1 year, 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. He took a break. 7 days. Oh, shit. Wow. What? You see, he's reading from a prompter too. You can see the screen. I mean, well, it could also be the light. Yeah, of course. Sure. What? Oh, wow. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Oh, shit. Hmm. That's interesting stuff. That's really interesting stuff. Okay. Oh shit, it's already 5:49. Let's get to work. All right. Thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. Thank you, Great White Brotherhood of the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness who love and support us unconditionally. Thank you, God, for this blessed, holy, and sacred water. Bless this holy water for my greatest and highest good. I am paid to exist. I'm paid to exist. I am operating as the type of person that is paid to exist. I'm paid to exist, and it's very nice, and it's very easy, and it's very effortless, and I have a good time doing it. And I'm a great father. I have time with my kids, and I get paid to exist. And I help people, and I do good work. that people enjoy and that people get a lot of value from. And I get paid to exist. And that's it. Thank you. And I am peaceful. I'm loving. I'm kind. I receive and I give. I receive asymmetrically to what I can give so that I always have a surplus. So for every dollar that leaves my bank account, that leaves our bank account, we receive 10 back. And for every subscriber I lose, we receive 10 more. Done. Done, done, done. Yep. Okay, interesting stuff. Okay, let's go. All right, thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. Thank you, Great White Brotherhood of the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness who love and support us unconditionally. I call on Master Ganesha, the remover of obstacles, to remove all obstacles from my path. Remove all the obstacles that prevent our family being reunited. Remove all forms of hatred. Remove all the obstacles that prevent world peace and peace in every heart and mind across the universe. And so it is. Thank you. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. 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 Om Gam Ganapataye Namaho Namaha. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, we need a toilet break. Thank you, God, for this tea. Cheers. Good morning. Let's get that working. Let's get that working. All right. Thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. Thank you, Great White Brotherhood of the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness who love and support us unconditionally. My intention for this Shanti mantra is to vibrate and radiate lots of peace. May there be great peace in, through, and around me. May I be a conduit and a vessel for great peace and love and harmony And so it is, and so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, 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 Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, 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 Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, 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 Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purna Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, 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 Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purna Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, 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 Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purna Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's get to work here. Let's get that working, man. What a great thing that we can do this, you know? There is a question that I now have for ChatGPT. All right, so I just watched a video where a woman was basically saying that within a week she got 7,000 subscribers. She got 7,000 subscribers, and I think she also said within that same week she generated $50,000. Period. Is that true? Question mark. Is that really possible? Question mark. Can you please give me a very short answer? Okay. So tell me how likely then it is to, let's say, because I'm thinking about how this applies to trading and like how to take my trading experiences and my knowledge of trading and apply that to social media. Period. From what I understand from trading is that, you could be literally waiting months for the right trade, depending on how you're trading. And when you finally get that trade that you've been waiting for, that gives you the opportunity to ride it. And if you ride the trade very well, it can basically compensate you for your entire year. And you could basically make your entire year salary in one trade. Period. Could the same be true for social media and YouTube? Question mark. Okay, so let me just recap that so that I understand that concept and we have it dialed in. Colon, new line, new line. In trading, I'm waiting for the setup, and I could be waiting months before I take even one trade. But as long as I get that trade that I see and I have that setup that I've been waiting for, that one trade can make my entire year if I position size correctly. Or am I wrong about that? Question mark. New line, new line. With content and social media, however, what I want to do is I want to be creating content consistently and then iterating based on what the YouTube analytics are showing me. ... So if, let's say, I have 3 or 4 videos that come out per week, and then I just check out the analytics after 7 days to determine impressions, click-through rate, and watch time and retention, and I study the retention curve or the retention graph, I can see, okay, this is where I was breaking in the video, so therefore I want to re-engineer the scripts, templates, so that I rehook people to keep them watching for as long as possible, because the longer I make people watch and the longer that I make people feel good after watching that content, the more that that video will get redistributed and my impressions will grow from there. Which means that as long as I continue to consistently output content, track the data, no matter how bad the video is, and just make micro iterations, therefore, within perhaps 3 months of doing solid iterations based on 3 months worth of videos, I can then see the correlations between what's working and what's not working, improve on those areas that need help, and then get to the point where a video is so dialed in that it basically takes off. And if it was just even that one video that took off and no other videos performed well, that one video should basically be able to make my year. Or am I completely wrong on that? Question mark. And is this why a lot of people have emphasized that it only takes just one video to go viral, to where you now basically go from being obscure and nobody to being now, someone's favorite YouTuber, basically? Question mark. And of course, to monetize that and to make the most out of that, that's where you want to have a funnel and an offer and etc. I understand that part. But I'm just saying the video aspect of it, the content distribution aspect of it. Mm-hmm. Okay, fantastic that you actually mentioned that, period. Because on that note, comma, what I need you to do for me is I need you to audit the PDF. And the metrics database that we have in the CSV file attached. You can also look at the app connection to the SOC metrics database to see the most recent display that we have here, period. But the idea behind this is that I need you right now to research, how do we know what is a good video or not in terms of statistics and metrics? Question mark. So if you look at the PDF, it's simply a template. And we're going to update this template because I think Notion AI made some errors based on what it read as data points. And we need to very clearly specify whether or not there is a problem here, period. So what I need from you is I need you to research like what are considered very bad CTR, comma, watch time, percentage, and all that stuff. Because we need to determine and decide like what is the piece of content supposed to do in terms of numbers, and how do we know that if it's a win or if it's a fail or whatever? Question mark. If you look at the full transcript of the book, Day Trading Attention, comma, please tell me what PCS stands for and whether or not the SOC metrics would qualify as PCS, basically, period. What should we be looking for overall, basically, with how do we know and gauge whether or not a piece of content was a good piece of content and if it did what we needed it to do? Because I think that that's where objectives need to be very clearly established, just like for trading, period. In trading, we have to establish what our objectives for trading are to begin with. And I think the same applies here, period. So what would be my objectives for one piece of content then? And what are like the benchmark numbers according to like the standard of like what's considered a video that's going to actually take off and get distributed and get the impressions that it needs and the click-through rates and all that stuff, period. How do we know that? Question mark. Like, is there a standard number? Question mark. Because in some of these videos, I could have like a CTR of like 6%. And how would I know if that's good or not good? It's just a number for me at this stage right now, period. So please look at the template PDF for the metrics and then look at the SOC metrics database just in case you need to see what every property means basically and the numbers that we have there. Period. You can also just look at the PDF. Actually, that's probably easier. You can just look at the PDF if you need to, or whatever it is. The PDF has the screenshots of the numbers to a video, basically. And I need to understand Like, are those good numbers? Are those bad numbers? You know what I'm saying? So please help me out with that. All right. So while it does that, I'm going to come back here later on and we're going to hit that workout now. way better to have the bouncy ball for sitting. All right, here we go. Let's obsess one last time over the analytics. Like that much has really changed. Everybody wants to rule the... Yeah, you see, I'm getting the most views during the nighttime. 2, 3, 9. Right. All right, let's get to work here. Open up Notion. Got to work on the metrics database today. We know that. What the fuck? I don't know what exactly you did here, comma, but this is not at all how the prompt should have been answered, period. So you need to update that, period. What did we do today, comma? We worked on the content format library and then the psychological triggers, and we made sure that the title patterns and all the other databases that were necessary as libraries for the layer 3 module 3 component when it comes to the SOC production hub database were all filled in accurately, period. So make those updates right now and make sure that the next resume steps are just for the SOC metrics database, and make sure to link the actual SOC metrics database in the next resume steps, period. Any blockers? No. Okay, so while it does that, we already know this is what we can expect here. Go to desktop. None of that is important. Checking whatever social media, not important. Checking anything right now is not important. This is important. This is the only thing that matters right now. So let's open this up. We already know what we have to work on for the brand operating system. Cool. Yes. Okay, cool. Yep. There we go. And once again, same thing. Here's where we are. We do not need that. We don't need any of that. We need maybe content swipe, maybe. And that, good. And then that's it. And even then, right now, content swipe is not really, whoa, oh my God, you know? That's not really the whoa, my God thing. So we're going to go to the time tracker. Yeah, I think I do. I do think I have what it takes to succeed at this, you know? I mean, clearly I'm coming back to it after all these, like, you know what I'm saying? Like why is that? Why am I coming back to all these things after all these years? Like, I just cannot let it go. You know, for whatever reason, I'm just back here. So maybe this is how I know it's meant for me, you know? Like, I could care less about gambling. I could care less about, at this stage of my life, sports. I care very little about all those things, you know, that most people my age or most males my age would care about. I don't give a shit. I really don't. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is like doing what God put me here to do and just doing my best. That's it. Taking care of my family, doing the best that I can to be the best human being that I can. That's it. That's the only thing. All right. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do the scripts. Right. We're going to do metrics. Right. Metrics, which has to feed into here. Yeah. This is more like a cycle, you know? And we're going to copy this link. We're going to get the transcripts. Okay. And then if there's time, right. Okay. So this is the Jenny Hoyos course. Cool. And then from here, what we need is to obviously, I think that for me, the next thing that I want is like that long form stuff, right? There we go. This is our work right there. Right. So every single one of these probably would be like a template. So I really need to make sure that we have the naming convention down, which is fine. Yep. So we want to really make sure we have all of these templates kind of like dialed in. Yeah. Cool. Live streams are automatically freestyle. They're unwritten. It's just me going live. You know? Just me going live. Okay. So we got that done. We know what we got to do here. Got to wrap this up. So let's take that break and let's come back and let's get the work in. Man, the lights do make a big difference. All right. Break. right, here we go. Let's get to working. All right. Here we go. Let's do the work. Yeah. There was a piece of content that I created the other day, just out of curiosity. Where is it? So we'll go to content. We go to the live stream. It was analytics. Interesting. Advanced mode. 18 views. 34 impressions. Click-through rate 11%. Who's that bogus? Well, again, that's still too early, right? So if, let's say, we need to create, if we need to gauge how the metrics and everything and what to improve on, then that means, I think, that we would need 7 days. I think we would need 7 days to determine what's good or not good. All right, here we go. Let's figure this out. Come on. Da, 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 da. Right, so everything has to be done in such a way that we have everything compressed. Well, that's all like metadata stuff, you know? All right, here we go. This has to be bookmarked. Okay, that has to be deleted later. Because I'm not going to fuck around with that right now. After work. Okay. Content swipe, not important right now. Very minor. But that's still not the work today. Gabriel, let's go. Yes. In short, SOC metrics is working and all formulas rendered correctly and to get an accurate read on the data. All right, cool. So let's start there. All right, first things first is the formulas. Let's keep working on the formulas. Okay, what I need you to do for me here right now is I need you to audit the database for the SOC metrics DB. Comma, I have it linked as well via the app feature in case you need to actually look at the formulas. I don't know if you can do that or not, comma, but I basically need you to look at everything now. And I need you to essentially audit the property schema and the formulas that you suggested, because that's what Notion AI just created. So we have to make sure that everything is accurate, period. Because you just suggested basically have all of these formulas to track and measure whether or not, you know, your metrics are showing whether or not a video sucks or it needs improvement or whatever. So please audit the database and the formulas, and just confirm as well what the formulas need to be tied to. Like, where are they pulling off this information? So you're going to look at each property. You're going to write the name of the property as you see it in alphabetical order. And I need you to now basically instruct Notion AI on what to do next if something is wrong here with the formulas and what they're outputting. And we need to also make sure the formulas are outputting the right things. So please do that now. Right. The earliest should be 7 days and then 14 days. Honestly. Watch time. Please append to the very right of every single property that is, in fact, a formula property. Period. You're not deleting anything, comma. You're not rewriting anything, comma. All you're doing is just appending that text to the right of the current label of each property that is a formula property, period. Please do that now. Okay. right. All right, let's go up in here and let's take this. Okay, right. Let's make sure that this is here. Please look at this text and just confirm that this text appears somewhere in this page. Okay. And just to confirm, comma, could you please audit the entire template and the matching database and just confirm that we converted that text into properties to actually input those numbers into the tracking sheet, the database for tracking numbers and the performance per video. Okay, so is the block safe to delete? Question mark. Or only a certain portion of it? Question mark. Like, I guess my question is, have we successfully converted that loose information into a more consolidated section C? Which is EAS. Okay, break. please audit this block one more time and only strike through the text that is redundant and that is safe to delete so that way I can manually review it. I don't know why you did what you did, comma, but you were only supposed to make changes to this block, section C, diagnostic report. Keep what you had, strike through, comma, but just make sure to look at this particular call out block, section C, diagnostic report, and strike through what is redundant and safe to delete so that I can review it manually. All right, let's think here. How are we gonna accomplish the mission here of doing these metrics? These metrics are gonna require what exactly? They're gonna require the formulas. Okay. Let's focus here. Right, okay, so what we have to do here is in order to get this to show the numbers, I need an actual look. Okay? I need an actual look, which means that the template does have to change here. Okay, so let's go here. Right. Let's make another call out block. Put that in here. That makes more sense, right? Possible. This should be safe to delete. right? Let's keep going. Screenshots to analyze, prompt to execute, about, section diagnostic, metrics. Right. Okay. Yep. These are all H3. Okay. Now I think we've got that almost there. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to uncolor this, refresh the page. Okay. Okay, now what I need you to do for me is you need to look at both section C, diagnostic report, the loose outline, and you need to look at section C, diagnostic report, the MVP. So there are two call out blocks, period. In yesterday's deep work session, what we did was we took an example section C from a different template, and then we had this diagnostic report loose outline. And what we did was we took the loose outline notes and that other call out block, and then we made the diagnostic report MVP version. Okay, period. Now what we need to do today is we need to look at the diagnostic report MVP and ensure that section C diagnostic report loose outline call out block has all of the elements taken and put into section C diagnostic report, period. You're not going to write anything in, comma, you're just going to audit the two call out blocks and tell me if the content and the information has been accurately put in from the loose outline version to the MVP version that you created for me yesterday. Period. Use green checks and red X marks and grade out of 100%, so that way I can see just very quickly how much of that call-out block information has been applied and adapted into the MVP section C diagnostic report. Oh. Lock that page. Let's get the PDF. Okay. Let's go here. ChatGPT. This is what I asked Notion AI to do for me from this PDF. And this was Notion AI's audit and response, period. Do you agree or disagree, and why? Question mark. And what would be your audit and diagnostic? Question mark. Are all of the elements successfully captured from the loose outline in section C diagnostic report into the MVP version or not? Okay, break. Okay. Okay, if that's the case, what I need you to do is I need you to give Notion AI the instructions to basically give us a massive update for the Section C diagnostic report MVP. Because what we need, and what I basically ultimately need, is I need something like a trading tracking sheet, but for content. Okay? So whenever I create a piece of content, I need to be able to take a screenshot of the numbers, put that in there, have Notion AI execute the prompt in Section A, which then is going to look at Section C, the diagnostic report MVP call out block, and it's going to basically execute a series of micro prompts. That's pretty much what it is, period. So the same way that you see in the PDF how I have it structured is the same way that we need to have that logic sorted, period. So the blue call out block is, I'm assuming, the information that Notion AI is going to pull information from, period. So it needs to be able to audit the screenshots, look at that data, write it down, and then basically fill in that information at the property level, and then make an assessment as to what to do next with that piece of content and that style. So whether I have to change the title or thumbnail to improve the packaging experience in the CTR, whether I need to update the template that was used to create that piece of content to improve the hooks, or whether I need to update the information that's in there or adjust the middle of any piece of content, whatever that is, I need you to be able to accurately instruct Notion AI as to how to update this so that that Section C diagnostic report MVP call-out block pulls all the information that it needs to from the blue call-out block, where the screenshots to analyze are being analyzed, the numbers are being written down, and the interpretations and the analysis is being made by AI, since you guys can do it so much faster than I ever could, period. And you're going to use the SOC metrics database to just confirm like what Notion AI needs to input at the property level, so that way we get the formula results if we still need formulas, or whether or not we just put in text and just leave it as a text response to just say, hey, this is the thing that you need to improve on, etc. Period. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so while it's doing that, exactly. What you want is not just a notes template. You want a content trade review engine. Screenshots are market data. Section A prompt, execute the trigger. Section C, rulebook. SOC metric, database, structured outputs. Yes. Formulas, light validation, routing, not the main intelligence. That's the right decision. Best long-term architecture, use a hybrid. AI does the real diagnosis. Yes. Notion AI should read the screenshots, extract the visible numbers, write the property values. Write the property values. Yes. Interpret the pattern. Make one clear recommendation. Yes. Properties hold the structured truth. The DB should store raw metrics, verdicts, failure point, winner signal, recommendation. That is already the intended purpose of the sheet. And the DB PDF explicitly says this stage should turn screenshots into a repeatable diagnosis and one clear action, and that the row should be filled at the property level first. Good. Right. Formula should not be the main brain. Okay. Retention on a 6 to 8 minute live stream is different from a 45-second short. AI is better at pattern reading than a brittle mega formula. So the right answer is keep the formulas, but let Notion AI do the primary diagnosis. Formulas are the guardrails, not the trader. What section C MVP needs to become? What section C MVP needs to become? Okay, hold on a second. Let's add the content type here. There's a roll up from this database. Okay. There we go. There we go. Not good enough. Please read and execute the message and instructions from ChatGPT. Right. We do not want to pay to amplify weak packaging or weak content. It has to be an over-indexing piece of content. Section C must explicitly tell Notion AI what to fill. Okay, I don't know why you did it this time, comma, but you normally show me what changes you made. Period. Why are you not showing me that? Question mark. Reread this message. You know, start over. Please read this message and execute based on ChatGPT's recommendations. Break. Okay, let's give this another export. Should be a PDF. Okay, please audit now and grade the section C, period. Is it doing what it needs to be doing? Based on what we had already discussed? Question mark. And also, can you also help me determine if my logic was actually correct? Just to make sure, question mark. The way that I understand it is after I post a piece of content, comma, I wait X amount of days, and then I look at the analytics for that piece of content. And basically I screenshot everything that I need to. I upload it to this content tracking sheet in this SOC metrics database, comma, and then I tell Notion AI to basically execute the prompt in section A, which is then going to look at section C, and then it's going to output what it needs to in section D. And it's going to also update whatever it needs to at the property level and make an intelligent decision as to whether or not I continue to do what I have to do and everything just stays the same, or if it's a packaging problem that I need to fix or a metadata problem or a template problem that I need to fix for that piece of content. I don't know. Just for example, basically, period. Is this PDF, this tracking sheet for content and the performance of a piece of content effectively doing its job now? And what grade would you give it out of 100%? Yeah, because at this stage, I really want it to be as close to set and forget as possible. So that way it's just like, okay, that's the piece of content. And now I know I have to make the iterations at that level. Okay, cool. So the section C grade is 90 out of 100. It turns the screenshots into structured properties, forces AI to diagnose what failed first, forces one primary action, explicitly restores the missing if-then logic, includes a sample size gate. Cool. Your understanding. Post content, wait X days, screenshot analytics, run section A prompt, yes. So the system logic of sound is now doing well. Okay. Okay. Right. Right. You still need a standard such as 100 impressions. Right. Baseline logic. Okay. Go from many. I make 4 upgrades. Yes. Okay, please give instructions to Notion AI on what to update so that we can get this set and forget. Let's do a speed test. Yeah, if I think about Mr. Beast stuff, he's never using the same title twice. That's AI. Yep. It's the same idea, but it's just different challenges or experiments or things that he's done, right? Like I helped, da da da. Right? Interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So the download speeds are pretty good today. 290 something megabits per second. And upload speed should be above 30 or something like that, at least. Yeah. There you go. Please read the following message from ChatGPT and execute its instructions. And then after the weirds, yeah, we do run a test here. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Okay, so for my own solidifying of the information that we're talking about here, when it comes to YouTube videos, Impressions is basically like the very top level of the data that we want to see come in so that we can make an accurate determination before we do anything else. So if a video has, let's say, for example, less than 100 impressions, which means the thumbnail was shown to less than 100 accounts, it's essentially pointless because we need at least 100 to determine the sample size of whatever comes downstream, which is eventually the click-through rate, the average percent viewed, the drop-off signals, watch time, retention, etc. Period. So that's why you made the instructions to Notion AI to basically add that into the prompt or the call-out block of section C to basically say, hey, if there's less than 100 impressions, it may be too soon to determine what's going on. Question mark? Am I wrong about that? Question mark? Low impressions, weak sample. The important nuance, low impressions does not mean you can learn nothing. You can still sometimes see obvious early retention collapse, obvious hook mismatch, very strong or weak viewer behavior. But with low impressions, you usually should not overreact to CTR. So the better statement is, under 100 impressions, too soon to judge packaging cleanly, not necessarily too soon to notice content problems. Why impressions come first? Because impressions are the top of funnel. Impressions are top of funnel. Too soon to judge, right? Right. If a video has fewer than 100 impressions, it may be too early to make a reliable judgment about the packaging performance because CTR and downstream interpretation are still based on a very small sample. That does not mean the video is pointless or that no signal exists. It means we should interpret cautiously and usually avoid making strong packaging changes yet. Okay, and just another question, what is RPM? And what is the number for RPM, if there is such a thing? Question mark. Why aren't we using that number instead? I know RPM is revenue per milli, but I want to understand the per milli. Are we saying per million? Per 1,000? Okay. Okay, great.
And now, just as an understanding and further deepening my understanding now, comma, why didn't we use out of 1,000 views or out of 1,000 impressions? 1,000 impressions? Question mark. Why did we choose 100 impressions and not 1,000? Question mark. Would there be even a term for such a thing? Like how we have RPM, revenue per milli, comma, do we have like impressions per milli? Is there such a term? Okay, now let's re-download this again just to make sure. Okay. Okay. So you did not. 50 clicks per 1,000. Okay. Okay, so just to confirm then, comma, we're saying that over 1,000, like the law of large numbers, ultimately helps us determine a better read as to the packaging and whether there's a packaging problem or whether there's a other downstream problem. Or am I wrong about that? Question mark. And basically anything under 100, especially for a small channel, is just too soon to tell. Question mark. The next question that I have for you, and now getting back to the PDF, comma, please audit the PDF now and audit section C and basically the entire template now and grade section C individually out of 100% and then the entire template out of 100%, period. Is it now doing its job? Question mark. I copied the message to Notion AI and it did the updates. So I just now need to confirm with you since you're much faster to read and summarize everything than I am. Break. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. Let's give it a go. And just for confirmation as well, comma, is this template equipped to also read data for shorts and not just long form? Question mark. Again, the idea here is that I am going to take the analytics of any piece of content on YouTube, whether it's shorts or long form or whatever, and assess its power, basically, and whether or not we need to modify the templates for the shorts or whatever. You get what I'm saying? Right. And the only way to actually have different fucking thumbnails on the shorts is to create like a little frame in the very, very beginning. So we use that. Okay, and just as a reference from my end, comma, am I going to need two different metrics templates, or do I just put it in one template? Question mark. It would only make sense to have just one. Yeah. Right. Right. Cool. Okay. Done. So we've got that. Okay, great. And just to confirm here, I had this note. That was in the PDF, comma. Is this still necessary to have this, or did we already do what we had to do here? Which we should have. Cool. Okay, I understand that, but that was not my original question, I guess. My question was for that note, did we add the formulas that we needed to determine, the packaging or the template issues? And has that already been now included? Question mark. Simple answer, please. Okay. So now from here, what I am going to do is I'm going to rename this. All right. Cool. So we got that. That's done. Okay. Okay, great. So just to confirm one more time so that we're clear, in terms of what this tracking sheet should be doing, what grade would you give the entire thing and each section / call out block to ensure that it's clear and it's clear for the agent to do its job for me? Question mark. Man, that's just amazing. There's these wires in here that are sending a signal up into the satellites, into the space, into the ether. It's coming back down. I'm getting these responses and this information. That's pretty incredible. cool. Nope. Done. We leave section D alone because that's the part that I want the agent to basically give me its own summary for, period. So that's why I asked, because section A is to execute the prompt and it has to be able to output section D in the block that we have, as well as input the numbers and all that stuff, which is why I'm emphasizing and I'm asking you these questions, period. So just confirm, very simple answer. Does section A instruct the agent to fill out, to answer section C, and then output everything that it needs to in section D and at the property level, question mark? Okay, cool. So now let's give this a real look here. Okay. So we're going to open this up. This is now outdated. Okay. Now, because I know that this was the piece of content, so that's fine. Audit this page and execute the prompt in section A for me, please. How is that possible? Question mark. The other day you were able to read the data. The other day, just yesterday, Notion AI was able to read the text from the screenshots that were inserted into this page. And now it's claiming that it cannot. Period. Notion AI needs significant improvement in its ability to read text from screenshots. That's really frustrating, man. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Terrible. Terrible, man. It doesn't matter whether I've got to use ChatGPT Note. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. But man, Notion AI really is not good. Not good at all. Okay, let's run a test here. Period. Act as if you were Notion AI and execute the prompt in section. What you're going to do is you're going to go through that entire template and you're going to basically just tell Notion AI what to fill in what sections, at the property level, etc. Break. How is that possible? Okay, so we just do that. Right. It's okay. It's all good, man. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It does not matter. It really doesn't matter. Sure. I mean, yeah. It's like, hey, man, I asked for help, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What matters is I got my family back. All right. There should be no excuses now. Ah. Yep. This is just the image to that piece of content. All right. Now, we're going to rerun this. There shouldn't be any issues here. Okay, I made significant updates. So we're going to restart and rerun this period. Execute the prompt in section Let's see how that works. How the fuck is that possible? Man, just remember to be in a peaceful state. That's it, man. Okay, I just made significant updates and you should be able to see the screenshot now. Period. Please execute the prompt in as if you were Notion AI. You can read that. That's readable. What the fuck are you talking about? Exactly. There we go. So I should see that here. Impressions, 32. Click-through rate, 12.5. Views, 16. View duration, 1344. Watch time, 3.7. Average percentage viewed is in the audience retention graph. Average view duration, yep. Average percentage viewed. Average percentage viewed, 20.1%. Retention diagnostics, average view duration, 1344. On a 108.19 live stream. Good. Sharp early drop, then mostly low flat. Okay. Right, because that's the bookmark. These are the bookmarks. Impressions are very low, so packaging cannot be da-da-da. Right, okay, cool. All right, yep. Right? And that should be accurate. All right, what you're going to do is you're going to read the following information from ChatGPT, and you're going to appropriately fill in the numbers and map the output to section D, period. Make sure that those numbers are copied exactly and all the property stuff is filled in exactly as you see it there. Because now what we would need to determine is the formula stuff. Screenshot. I could see that. I can see that number too. I can see the thumbnail. I can see the text. I can see all of that stuff. But let's see if also in the analytics there's an advanced mode where we can see the other stuff. Where is the other stuff that we need to see? Right, this is where we go into the analytics. We go up into here. Okay, now let's go into the advanced mode. Right, 34 impressions, content, views, watch time, average view duration. There we go. That's what I want to see. Yeah, there we go. Average view duration. Cool. Mm. Huge up and then tanked. Pew. Okay, this is the same piece of content just a couple of days later. So I want you to just ignore the numbers for now and just focus on the data that I've selected to be shown. Period. What I want to know is, in this advanced mode, am I basically seeing everything that I need to see from the video retention side that you had outlined and told me to keep ? Like, do we have all of the numbers and metrics here in just one place? Like the retention stuff, etc. That you basically just diagnosed and you made your assessment on? ? Do we have those core numbers essentially? Well, I don't want to see, I don't care about estimated revenue. Estimated. Okay. Okay, and then you can just go to different pieces of content. All right, so I can see here impressions. Average percentage viewed. Okay. And this is from the day. Oh, wow, this got way more impressions. 276 impressions. Click-through rate was 1.5%. Views, 5. Average view duration. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay, that got way lower. Okay, interesting. Okay, this has been like a couple days now. 55 impressions, average view durations, views, watch time, impressions click through, average percentage viewed. Okay. So let's do that now. Let's go into these guys now, and let's do this one. That's too soon to tell, though. Yeah, it's too soon to tell for that one. Okay. Okay, let's do one more just to make sure it's good and it's fairly accurate here. Let's do not this one. Nope, not this one. Let's go back into here. Let's go into analytics. Let's go to the shorts. And now let's take something that had filter by views. equal to 1,000. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, this is 19, for example. Let's check this one out here. Okay, why you procrastinate? Right, and it's either when you're in fight or flight, your brain treats your calling like a threat. Okay. So
You can quit your job.
When you're in fight or flight, your brain, of how this interacts. Oh, yeah. Okay, that'll take me into the studio. Okay. And now let's go into here, into Notion. And then let's go into linked. Why you that's interesting. Yep. Boom. Here we go. Okay. Now let's add that metric template. Okay. This was a short. Gabriel Serra. Oop. Publish date. When did we publish this? March 8th, 2026. Okay. Over a month ago. It was published. Platform, YouTube. Content style. It was unwritten and the type was a short. Okay. Okay, so let's go now to YouTube. Let's make sure we get the advanced screenshot for all that stuff. Screenshot. Advanced mode. Here we go. I want to see all of that. Average view duration, average percentage viewed, impressions, click-through rate. This is on a day-to-day basis. I don't want to see that. I may want to see this just like as a on a month-to-month or a weekly basis or something. So impressions 251. How's that possible? Average view duration, views, average percentage viewed. Doesn't matter. Okay. Let's go to the reach 30.9%. Okay. That's audience retention. So it's definitely more smooth than before. Title, screenshot. Okay. Screenshot. And then traffic source. All right, good. Yeah, you can't tell me you can't see that now. Please execute the prompt in section A. All right, I think also Jenny mentioned that there's a specific graph you're going to look at. Terrible, man. What the fuck? Paying 28 euros a month for this is not, it's not worth it. It's really not worth it. Okay, so Notion AI is horrible at reading information from screenshots. So it's pointless to use Notion AI. So I need your help, period. Please audit this PDF. And look at the screenshots and execute the prompt in section. And then tell Notion AI what to fill in as an overwrite for everything that it just filled in. Yeah, if I zoom this out here, I can clearly see that number. I can clearly see this. I can also see this number. Stay to watch. Average view duration. Average percentage viewed. Right. Average view duration is 22 seconds, which is here. Average percentage viewed 117.2, which is right here. The views 1661, watch time, impressions 251, impressions click through rate. Stay to watch 30.9%. And then at this point we got to drop off. So we were holding and then we fell off. And remember Johnny Hoya saying if you don't get like over 100, it's over 80%, it's very likely to underperform, basically. Which actually brings me to please search this page and tell me what is the metric that Jenny recommends and the percentage number that I have to be at in order for a short to go viral? Question mark. View versus swipe away. View versus swipe away. So let's go to Advanced Editor. I want to see. Yeah, at least 80%. Choose to view. How do I find that metric in YouTube Studio? Question mark. What's the actual name of it? Go to the Reach tab. Okay. Viewed. The fuck is... That's pretty frustrating right now. read the following message from ChatGPT and make sure that you overwrite what you had. Replace what you filled in with what ChatGPT provided. Break. All right. Got tired of walking on the treadmill. I feel really sleepy. Let's get back to the work here. Gotta go to that Jenny Hoyos thing. Figure out that metric she was talking about here. Damn it. Right. Nas. There we go. Shit, I don't remember, man. Man, you only get but so much time in a day, you know? All right, so right now what I'm doing is I'm looking at Jenny Hoyos's her short stuff, her course, and I'm trying to figure out what is the metrics, and I'm not seeing the data show up the same way that I need to, so I just need to watch this video. This is going to be about like 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's how he does it. Mm. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't have enough data yet for any of that stuff. Right. Mm-hmm. So it's just a time thing. Just keep uploading, God damn it. That's it. It's just that simple. Hmm. How does she get there? Okay, so she went to a piece of content. Okay, let's look at the analytics. Overview, reach, engagement. All right, it went up and then it got flat, so it's not getting distributed. That's fine. How many chose to view? Okay, since it was published, first 24 hours. Hmm. Hmm. State to watch, I think, is how many chose to view. Maybe that is it. Hmm. Okay, that's state to watch. Hmm. Average percentage viewed. Hmm. Okay. Okay, average percentage viewed is important. Average percentage viewed has to be the 80. Okay, average percentage viewed. Average percentage viewed less than 90. The answer is average percentage viewed. If it's less than 90, it's not going to take off. Okay, so this one was 41%. So I need a 90% shit. Average percentage viewed is the metric that has to be above 90% for the video to take off. Retention graph. Right, it has to be like stayed to watch. Average view duration, average percentage viewed. Average view duration. There we go. These are the numbers. Average view duration, audience retention. That's a really important one then. Mm. Average view duration, average percentage viewed. Uh-huh. Okay. That's a very important one. All right, average view duration, average percentage viewed. All right, and then this is where it hard drop right here. Average view duration. Average view duration. Average percentage viewed. Yeah, it just drops down. It stays more flat, but it just really had a hard drop within the first 6 seconds. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Go to advanced mode. What? Average views per viewer. Ah, there we go. Okay. Hmm. Oh. Reach. Right. So for the reach, we need to see. Yep. Still the same thing. Still the same thing. Mm-hmm. Okay. So it seems like they moved things around at this time. Okay, engagement. Okay. I see it. I see it. I see it. Audience retention. %30% stay to watch. So it means okay. So I think that is basically the equivalent of people that stayed to watch. If the 30.9% for my stay to watch is low, that means the hook sucked or wasn't good. Fine. And then if it's higher, hook was good. Okay. Average percentage viewed is the retention graph. Right. Okay. And that I can always see from the overview tab right here. And I just literally go up in there. Right. Okay. So the average percentage viewed was high. It was at 117.2% for this piece of content, but the view duration was what, 22 seconds? And 30.9% stay to watch. Mm. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Average view percentage. Okay, interesting. All right, so I think I understand now. All right, so getting back to this, it seems like for this short, right, I have what is it, 8 subscribers or something like this? Fine, no problem. But what I'm seeing here is that for this retention curve or this retention graph, this happens to be a super important metric that Jenny is referencing. And basically what she's saying is that if your audience retention is very low, like underneath 90% or 80% even, it's the odds of that piece of content going viral are exponentially low, which could explain it, because, hey, look, for a subscriber count of 8 subscribers, to have that much of a, what's the right word I'm looking for? To have like that much of a piece of content actually be like watched is pretty interesting. So yeah. And this is me watching Why You Procrastinate. I finally did the thing I needed. Nope. All right, you can see the video analytics, impressions, click-through rate 1.4% based on how many views. Okay, that's good. Now we're getting better at this, Now we're getting better at this. And I can see, right, impressions, click-through rate, the impressions, the click-through rate, and then I can see the retention stuff, Average view. Yeah, there we go. Average view duration, average percentage viewed out of the impressions. That's interesting how that works. So maybe long form, I don't know. You got to figure out that part right there. But in essence, this is what we're needing to always pay attention to here. Audience from the mobile, no subtitle. Okay. All right. So let's go back here now. And let's go into let's go into Notion. Right. Here we go. So if those are the metrics, this is the template. Right, average view duration, average percentage viewed. Right. Okay, let's see actually here. Back to the studio. Average view duration, average percentage viewed, average views per viewer. And then we have views, watch time, subs, impressions. Yep, impressions, click-through rate. Okay, those are the most important ones then. Right, and then we got the audience retention graph and this piece of content right here. We go to the piece of content, right? Nope. That's not what we want. All right. Maybe people were paying attention to the wrong metrics, you know, like that's a thought. There we go. Audience retention. Right. Audience retention. Smooth. Not chaotic, but smooth. Right. And then we need the details over here. That's the thumbnail. Traffic source. Right, audience is what she said, basically. Mm. Well, let's see. I think that's, for me, that's fair enough to say. Yeah. Oh, can I delete that subscriber shit? I don't care about that part. There you go. Because some people are just not going to subscribe to your channel regardless. You know, they may know about you, but they're not going to, you know, subscribe necessarily. So that's fine. All right, cool. Now I know I need XYZ basically. Right, people watch for 46 something seconds. Right, and now it's just flat, it's just dead. So it hit that decay curve basically. Mm. Right, because you got to play a different game. View duration, percentage viewed, views per viewer, views, watch time, impressions, click-through rate. There you go. That's what I want. And then I want the same thing for the other one. There we go. Mm-hmm. Okay. These are the numbers that, for me, matter the most here. It's going to be average view duration, average percentage viewed, average views per viewer, average views. The views count is now at 18. This was at 16 before. Good. Watch time is 3.7. Impressions went up to 38. Impressions click through went down to 10.5%. Mm-hmm. And it's the same thing too. Hmm. Okay. That's good. I like that. So these metrics are different when you go to when I go to something like a what is it? When I go to the long form, Okay, right. Mm-hmm. That would be from here. That's the retention graph. 17.8%, right? So that's going to naturally just come down. The more that you have, it just takes in the averages. Oh. Traffic source. Right. I could take it also from, you can do it in the studio regardless. I just go to details and that's it. Right. Keep it simple, Gabe. Come on now. Let's check out the analytics and let's move on here. So for these analytics, what we have for the last one is traffic source reach breakdown, which I think it was supposed to be here. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Right. Traffic source impressions, right? 10.5 click through. Okay, so we got more impressions. Got more impressions. Right. Okay. I think that's pretty fair to say. All right. Now, right. So let's go back here now. Right, let's go to advanced mode. Okay. Put that update in. All right, for why you procrastinate, right? Let's go to the roll up. the URL. Let's put that in there. All right. We're going to find a flight. There you go. So now what do we have here? Right, got our retention graph. Right. And we've got our title and thumbnail. Traffic source breakdown. They're good enough. All right, that's good for me. All right, so these are just the hard metrics. Let's open up this tracking sheet. How am I doing here? Okay. Okay. Shit. Did not do that. Okay, let's figure this out, Gabe. Okay, let's go here. Download that PDF. Break. All right, I need you to look at the blue call out block for me now. And we need to make a couple of adjustments here because I made some adjustments to the metrics that are important to track. And I researched with Jenny Hoyos, who's got a subscriber count of like over 11 million. And basically she has her own metrics that she's tracking that she says are very important for the shorts, which I'm assuming is fairly important as well for the long form content. So what I want to do here is I want you to look at the blue call out block, and specifically you're going to look at how I break. Average view duration 117, 1 point. You know, you could also just download that. It's true too. Okay, and just to confirm once again from that PDF and from your data on what you can research on the internet, comma, are these the most important metrics to track in order to successfully diagnose what we need to improve either our click-through rate or our entire content format, basically, question mark. Jenny Hoyos mentioned that average views per viewer is important. So I'm going to leave that, even if, let's say, not a lot of people are talking about that, comma, but I would definitely like you to just confirm those advanced mode metrics and determine if those are all the metrics that I need or if there are other metrics that I actually do need. I recently started doing a back bridge for 100 seconds in the morning, period. Do a trajectory analysis on what are the benefits of that and what should I be noticing as improvements in my overall body and posture over the next 6 months and 12 months and 18 months, period. Keep your answers TLDR.
TLDR. Daily 100s back bridges equals spine plus shoulders hip upgrade. Expect posture, mobility, strength, and TLDR. TLDR. Daily 100s back bridges equals spine plus shoulders hip upgrade. TLDR. Daily 100s back bridges equals spine plus shoulders hip upgrade. Expect posture, mobility, strength, and presence to level up fast if you stay consistent. Nash, what you're actually training: spine extension reverses forward hunched posture, shoulders overhead mobility, opens chest, fixes tight pecs, hips glutes, stronger lockouts, pelvic control, nervous system, tolerance to stretch compression, big for resilience. 0, 6 months, foundation phase. What you'll notice: less rounded shoulders, chest opens up, standing taller without forcing it, reduce lower back stiffness if done correctly, better overhead range, arms go back easier, glutes engage more naturally. Reality check: if form is sloppy, you'll feel it in lower back. If done right, more evenly distributed stretch. 6-12 months, integration phase. Upgrades: spine becomes more elastic, not just flexible. Shoulder mobility translates into better push-ups, dips, overhead work, stronger posterior chain, glutes, spinal erectors. Breathing improves, rib cage opens. Visual: chest stays proud naturally, neck sits more stacked, less forward head. Not 12-18 months, structural change phase. This is where it compounds. Posture becomes your default identity, not effort. Noticeable aura, presence shift. You look grounded, it's open. Lower injury risk in back, shoulders, deep spinal strength, rare, most people never get here. Hidden benefits, most people miss. Better energy levels, less compression in torso. More confident body language, this matters a lot. Nervous system becomes calmer under physical stress. Key constraints, don't ignore. If hips don't extend, lower back takes over. If shoulders are tight, elbows flare, wrists hurt. Fix, think, push through glutes plus shoulders, not just lower back. Even distribution of tension. If you want to accelerate results, add bridge push-ups, light range, wall walks, thoracic extensions, pair with your ruck KB work, you'll become structurally bulletproof. Bottom line, stay consistent. This becomes one of those low-effort, high-return habits that quietly upgrades your entire structure, posture, and presence over time.
Cool. So I just created a piece of content. Yeah. That's going to be my piece of content for the day. It's going to be the short and then just a little like wrap up. So there we go. Yeah. Yes, 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 yes. Sweet. Okay, let's go back. Let's finish it up.
audit this one more time and tell me if this is what we need. All right. All right, so it looks like we're going to wrap up here. I'll print the short.
It's 11:55. Eat something nourishing that will raise your vibration and consciousness and keep you in a peak state.
Restart iPhone. Mm-hmm. All right, let's hit the record now. These are the key metrics that I'm going to start tracking for YouTube and why. So this is the back end to my YouTube Studio account. And I have taken a course from Jenny Hoyos where she talked about the importance of retention. Actually, you know what? Let me not do that. Let me actually do something a little bit different, which is actually this guy right here. And let's update this. So in the back end of YouTube Studio, when you have analytics, I went over here to advanced mode and I created this key metrics example. And the metrics that I need to start tracking are the following: stay to watch, average view duration, average percentage watched, average views per viewer, views, watch time, impressions, and impressions click-through rate. And this is in particular for shorts. Right now, what I'm seeing, and I guess what the consensus is from the research that I've done and a course that I took from Jenny Hoyos earlier this year, is that shorts are basically like a prime way for discovery. I don't think it necessarily is ever going to replace long form, but if you think about like consumer behavior and like how people are consuming content these days, it seems like there's more of a push for shorts. So if YouTube is heavily pushing shorts, then obviously it makes sense to go for shorts. Don't get married to just one content format. And that's what I've been working on. I've been working on creating templates for designating and determining like what kind of content I'm going to create, the format, whether it's going to be a 16:9 or 9:16, and doing my best to make sure that I continuously have a engine going to create content at scale. I just don't see any other way. I think the days of like, you create one piece of really good content and you take weeks to create that piece of content and then whatever, I think those days, I don't know, maybe gone. So as more and more people come onto the platform, as more content creators choose to take this seriously or not, I don't know. I am. These are the numbers that I'm paying attention to, and these are the metrics that I think are important, especially from what I researched. And, if we think about, let's say, for example, our impressions, basically like how much is YouTube showing our thumbnail or showing that piece of content that we created to its initial sample size or its initial sample audience. And then out of that, what's the click-through rate? Like how many people that are actually seeing that thumbnail are actually stopping to actually watch, right? So if I can diagnose that, if I can see what is the issue in the breakdown here, I can then see, okay, this is a packaging problem. If the impressions are high enough, and we didn't use like an impressions per milli as like a default number, we just chose 100 to see, okay, this is just a regular sample size, especially for small channels like mine. Like I'm just restarting the whole YouTube process. And this time I'm definitely doing it differently. So if we know that our click-through rate is low relative to the amount of other content that we have already published, or if it's high, then that tells me, okay, this is a problem or this is not a problem. What is the next problem then? And then if I go over here and I see the average percentage viewed on a short and I see that it's above 90%, according to Jenny Hoyos, then that tells me, okay, if it's lower than a 90% or 80%, then maybe the issue is that I just couldn't hold attention on that piece of content, which is fine. It's fair enough, especially for this one. This was just a random short, just a clip from something that I said, and it just so happened to have 117.2% average percentage viewed. Then we have here stay to watch, like how many people are actually staying to watch. So out of all the people that watched, 30% stayed to watch, which I think then needs to get bumped up significantly, because what that is telling us is that only 30% of these people were actually interested enough to stay. And we can actually see that with the retention graph. The retention graph shows that there was a massive drop, actually. Let me pull this up. The retention graph for this piece of content shows there was a massive drop in content at this stage right here. I took the screenshot. And what this basically says is that within the first 6 seconds, it seems, whatever it is that I said, however I said it, made that drop happen, which is fine. That's understandable. It's not like I scripted it and I was, adamant about, okay, this has to get XYZ amount of views. Like, I don't care. Because this is, for me, experimentation right now and just testing out what is going to work and what is not going to work. What I do care about more is whether or not this data is going to tell me, can I make these micro iterations over time and then have these micro iterations help me actually, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, can these micro iterations help me get better, basically? And that's the whole point of the metrics thing. That's the whole point of creating a piece of content, not uploading it in bulk, and actually looking at the numbers, seeing what the data is saying, making one iteration, making those improvements, and then from there, feeding that back into my content creation process, seeing if there's an improvement over time, and then eventually, getting it to a point where all these little iterations hopefully make a very good video or a much better video. At least that's my thought pattern, and that's my thinking at this stage right now. And I think that the main thing is to just keep focusing on making little tiny improvements, which I'm doing, and to ensure that I'm not basing like my self-worth or my value based on, whether or not a video got X amount of likes or whatever. I think those are the wrong metrics. And now that I'm a lot older now, and I think I've matured significantly over the last, 7 years, especially. I think now that I'm at this stage of my life, I see YouTube very differently than how I did in 2017 and 18 when I grew that last channel to 15,000 subscribers that I had. I see it way differently now. And the way that I see it now is from a place of like applying the concepts from trading into content creation. It's numbers on the surface level, but the main thing is creating in such a way that it has a downstream effect to help me meet my objectives, and to also provide value, right? So my objectives, part of my objectives for content creation and social media and building a personal brand involve helping, right? Being actually of service and not, just being exploitative or producing fucking brain rot, make people go stupid or something, That's not my intention. So I'm able to look at this now from a much more higher perspective, more zoomed out, I'd say. And I think that's something that I enjoy now. I can look at this, I can look at everything that I'm building, the entire brand operating system that I'm building now, and see it for what it is, which is a completely different headspace that I was before. Done. Okay. And that'll wrap up today's live stream, except that we have to finish with the other thing. What's the other thing? The other thing is the save point. Hello. Make that save point. Oh, all right. Okay, this wraps up today's deep work session. Period. What you're going to do right here is you're going to answer the prompts in what shipped. Period. And then you're going to map each bullet point response or each numbered list response to the appropriate text property. Period. What we did today was we worked on the metrics and the template for the metrics. We updated the formulas. We added some formulas. We updated like the key metrics that we need to track. I also reviewed from Jenny Hoyos some of the stuff that she mentioned as like key metrics. So all that stuff is now updated in the metrics template, which is great. We're still not done with the brick though, but otherwise I think pretty good for today. Okay, let it do that. Whoops. Yeah, no, that's right.
Okay, good. Right. Okay, so I got to finish this up for tomorrow. Or otherwise, I think we're good. All right. Okay, fuck. Focus. Let's re-download this. And then let's give it to ChatGPT. Okay, this is my final set for the metrics that I'm going to be tracking, period. Please list these metrics and grade the completion of these metrics out of 100% in terms of all the data that I would need, period. That's it. Okay. Now that that's going, I can close that out now. Let's go back to the studio. Analytics. Right. Okay, let's go to Notion here. All right. Please audit this database and confirm if I have all of the numbers, period. If not, metrics as properties, period. If not, comma, then please add. Cool. Average view duration, average percentage viewed, average views per viewer. Cool. We have views, watch time, impressions, CTR. Yep. Added.
Stay to watch. Okay, cool. Very good. At least it did that. Mm-hmm. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. Nope. Mm-mm. Okay, now what I need you to do for me is I need you to look in this CSV and basically fill in the numbers for this particular entry. All right, now what I need you to do is I need you to organize the properties that display like the numbers and all that stuff and map according to the order that you see in the CSV file, period. So the CSV file is the standard of what order all of the metrics should appear in, and that should be reflected in this database. All right, so now we got at least that now. So now we have all the metrics that we need. All right, we're going to stop here. We're going to continue on tomorrow. And what I'm going to need to do right now, in as simple as time as possible, is I'm going to need to edit the video that I made. What? Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's where it's going to take the most time. It's going to take the most time there, which means the workflow has to be exponentially fast. There's just no way around it. Come on. Okay, well, while it's doing that, let's see if I can just do one more thing here. Okay, please ensure that each property has a description added to it and it's very clear, period. In particular, for the stay to watch percentage, please put a little note at the end that for shorts, the stay to watch should be above 80%. And for the average percentage viewed property for shorts, it should be above 90%. And for the average views per viewer, it should be 1.1 or higher. Period. Okay, while it's doing that. I think this is why you do have to stop at 10 o'clock. Which means that, yeah, I may actually want to continue waking up at 4, get my morning stuff in, and then be here and ready to go by like maybe even, I would say like 6 o'clock perhaps, you know? Because then if I work from like 6 to 8 and then I get on the treadmill or something, you know, that may be helpful for, you know, doing what I got to do here. That way I have the time to do all this stuff. And then I've got time to I've got time then. It's like not even sweating, man. What I'm saying is that this gives me time to do all this work. And then by the time it's 10 o'clock, I can just stop and then just work on the shorts or the content creation side of things. Come on, Gabe. Come on, Gabe. Come on, Gabe. Then you get little views here and there, man. That shit adds up. All right, I'll take a break. I'll be right back. So if I can diagnose that, if I can see what is the issue in the breakdown here, I can then see, okay, this is a packaging problem. If the impressions are high enough, and we didn't use like an impressions per milli as like a default number, we just chose 100 to see, okay, this is just a regular sample size, especially for small channels like mine. Like I'm just restarting the whole YouTube process. And this time I'm definitely doing it differently. So if, that's good. So if I can diagnose that, if I can see what is the issue in the breakdown here, I can then see, okay, this is a packaging problem. If the impressions are high enough, and we didn't use like an impressions per milli as like a default number, we just chose 100 to see, okay, this is just a regular sample size, especially for small channels like mine. Like I'm just restarting the whole YouTube process. And this time I'm definitely doing it differently. So if, oh, interesting. Nice. Interesting. So if I can diagnose that, if I can see what is the issue in the breakdown here, I can then see, okay, this is a packaging problem. If the impressions are high enough, and we didn't use like an impressions per milli as like a default number, we just chose 100 to see, okay, this is just a regular sample size, especially for small channels like mine. Like I'm just restarting the whole YouTube process. And this time I'm definitely doing it differently. Oh, wait. No, what the heck? No. So if I can and I have taken a course from Jenny Hoyos where she talked about the importance of retention. Actually, you know what? Let me not do that. Let me actually do something a little bit different, which is actually this guy right here. Let's update this. So in the back end of YouTube Studio, when you have analytics, because this is for me experimentation right now and just testing out what is going to work and what is not going to work. What I do care about more because this is for me experimentation right now and just testing out what is going to work and what is not going to work. What I do care about more is whether or not this data is going to tell me, can I make these micro iterations over time and then have these micro iterations help me actually what's the word I'm looking for? Over time, and I make these micro iterations over time micro iterations over time, micro iterations over time, make these micro iterations over time because this is for me experimentation right now and just testing out what is going to work and what is not going to work. Right now, what I'm seeing, and I guess what the consensus is from the research that I've done and a course that I took from Jenny Hoyos earlier this year, is that shorts are basically like a prime way for discovery. I don't think it basically like a prime way for discovery. I don't think it necessarily is ever going to replace long form. No, I'm just going to pick 3. That's it. But yeah, that's nice that AI does this. Oh, I got some credits here too. What? Okay, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Sweet. Very good. Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't know what any of that means.
Okay, interesting. Right. We need and
1800s back bridges equals spine.
I recently started doing a back. Recently started
Dang, you make it so fucking complicated. Like, how do you do this?
Period. Do a trajectory analysis on seconds in the morning. Period. Do a trajectory analysis on what are the benefits of that and what should I be noticing as improvements in my overall body and posture over the next 6 months and 12 months and 18 months. Period. Keep your answers TLDR. TLDR. Period. Keep your answers TLDR.
TLDR. Daily 100s back bridges equals spine plus shoulders hip upgrade. Expect posture, mobility, strength, and TLDR. TLDR. Daily 100s back bridges equals spine. Daily 100s back bridges equals spine plus shoulders hip upgrade. Daily 100s back bridges equals spine plus shoulders hip upgrade. TLDR. Daily 100s back bridges equals spine plus shoulders hip. TLDR. Daily 100s back bridges equals spine. Daily 100s back bridges equals spine plus shoulders hip upgrade. Daily 100s back bridges equals spine plus shoulders hip upgrade. Expect posture, mobility, strength, and presence to level up fast if you stay consistent. Nash, what you're actually training: spine extension reverses forward hunched posture, shoulders overhead mobility, opens chest, fixes tight pecs, hips glutes, stronger lockouts, pelvic control, nervous system, tolerance to stretch compression, big for resilience. 0, 6 months, foundation phase. What you'll notice: less rounded shoulders, chest opens up. Foundation phase. Foundation phase. Reality check. If form is sloppy, you'll feel it in lower back. Reality check. Reality check. If form is sloppy, you'll feel it in lower back. If done right, more evenly distributed stretch. If done right, more evenly distributed stretch. Chain, glutes, spinal erectors. Breathing improved phase. This is where it compounds. Posture. This is where it compounds. This is where it compounds. Posture becomes your default identity, not effort. Noticeable aura presence shift. You look rounded, open. Lower injury risk in back, shoulders, deep spinal strength. Rare, most people never get here. Hidden benefits, most people miss. Better energy levels, less compression in torso. More confident body language, this matters a lot. Nervous system becomes calmer under physical stress. Key constraints, don't ignore. If hips don't extend, lower back takes over. If shoulders are tight, elbows flare, wrists hurt. Fix, think, push through glutes plus shoulders, not just lower back. Even distribution of tension. If you want to accelerate results, add bridge push-ups, light range, wall walks, thoracic extensions, pair with your ruck, KB work, you'll become structurally bulletproof. Bottom line, stay consistent. This becomes one of those low-effort, high-return habits that quietly upgrades your entire structure, posture, and presence over time. time.
I recently started doing
Posture and presence over time.
God damn it. Come on.
Time. And presence over time. Time.
I recently started doing a back bridge for 100 seconds. Doing a back bridge for 100 seconds in the morning, period. And what should I do over the next 6 months and 12 months and 18 months, period. Keep your answers TLDR.
Daily 100.
Cool. Good enough for me. Oh, interesting. Hmm. Right. And then there's that next thing too. That's where you have to keep doing this over and over and over again. I get it. Makes sense. Makes a ton of sense. We're going to upload this video
These two, the shorts, and then the other one, and we're going to be done here. This should be a short. Okay. Next. Yeah, we'll get better at this stuff. Cool. These are the key metrics that I'm going to start tracking. So this is the back end. These are the key metrics that I'm going to start tracking for YouTube and why. So this is the back end to my YouTube Studio account, and I have taken a course from Jenny Hoyos where she. So in the back. Why? So in the back end of YouTube Studio, when you have analytics, and I create this metric example, and the metrics I use are, and the metrics I use are tracking the following: stage watch, average duration, average percentage watched, average views per viewer, views, watch time, impressions, and impressions click-through rate. And this is in particular for shorts. Right now, what I'm seeing, and I guess what the consensus is from the research that I've done, and a course that I took from Jenny Hoyos earlier this year, is that shorts are basically like a prime way for discovery. I don't think it necessarily is ever going to replace long form, but if you think about like consumer behavior and like how people are consuming content these days, it seems like there's more of a push for shorts. So if YouTube is heavily pushing shorts, then obviously it makes sense to go for shorts. Don't get married to just one content format. And that's what I've been working on. I've been working on creating templates for designating and determining like what kind of content I'm going to create, the format, whether it's going to be a 16:9 or 9:16, and doing my best to make sure that I continuously have a engine going to create content at scale. I just don't see any other way. I think the days of like, you create one piece of really good content and you take weeks to create that piece of content and then whatever, I think those days, I don't know, maybe gone. So content at scale, I just don't see any other way. I think the days of like, you create one piece of really good content and you take weeks to create that piece of content and then whatever, I think those days, I don't know, maybe gone. So as more and more people come onto the platform, as more content creators choose to take this seriously or not, I don't know. I am. These are the numbers that I'm paying attention to. And these are the metrics that I think are important, especially from what I researched. And, if we think about, let's say, for example, our impressions, basically like how much is YouTube showing our thumbnail or showing that piece of content that we created to its initial sample size or its initial sample audience. And then out of that, what's the click-through rate? Like how many people that are actually seeing that thumbnail are actually stopping to actually watch, right? So if I can diagnose that, if I can see what is the issue in the breakdown here, I can then see, okay, this is a packaging problem. If the impressions are high enough, and we use like impressions per milli as like a default number, we just chose 100 to see, okay, this is just a regular sample size, especially for small channels like mine. Like I'm just restarting the whole YouTube process. And this time I'm definitely doing it differently. So if we know that our click-through rate is low relative to the amount of other content that we have already published, or if it's high, then that tells me, okay, this is a problem or this is not a problem. What is the next problem then? And then if I over here and I see the average percentage viewed on a short and I see that it's above 90% according to Jenny Hoyos, then that tells me, okay, if it's lower than 90% or 80%, then maybe the issue is that I just couldn't hold attention on that piece of content, which is fine, it's fair enough, Especially for this one, this was just a random short, just a clip from something that I said, and it just so happened to have 117.2% average percentage viewed. Then we have here stay to watch, like how many people are actually staying to watch. So out of all the people that watched, 30% stayed to watch, which I think then needs to get bumped up significantly, because what that is telling us is that only 30% of these people were actually interested enough to stay. And we can actually see that with the retention graph. The retention graph shows that there was a massive drop, actually. Let me pull this up. The retention graph for this piece of content shows there was a massive drop in content at this stage right here. I took a screenshot. And what this basically says is that within the first 6 seconds, it seems, whatever it is what I said,
however I said it, made that drop happen, which is fine. That's understandable. It's not like I scripted it and I was, adamant about, okay, this has to get X, Y, Z amount of views. Like, I don't care. Because this is, for me, experimentation right now and just testing out what is going to work and what is not going to work. What I do care about more is whether or not this data is going to tell me, can I make these micro iterations over time and then have these micro iterations help me actually, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, can these micro iterations help me get better, basically? And that's the whole point of the metrics thing. That's the whole point of creating a piece of content, not uploading it in bulk, and actually looking at the numbers, seeing what the data is saying, making one iteration, making those improvements, and then from there, feeding that back into my content creation process, seeing if there's an improvement over time, and then eventually, getting it to a point where all these little iterations hopefully make a very good video or a much better video. At least that's my thought pattern and that's my thinking at this stage right now. And I think that the main thing is to just keep focusing on making little tiny improvements, which I'm doing, and to ensure that I'm not basing like my self-worth or my value based on, whether or not a video got X amount of likes or whatever. I think those are the wrong metrics. And now that I'm a lot older now, and I think I've matured significantly over the last, 7 years especially. I think now that I'm at this stage of my life, I see YouTube very differently than how I did in 2017 and 18 when I grew that last channel to 15,000 subscribers that I had. I see it way differently now. And the way that I see it now is from a place of like applying the concepts from trading into content creation. It's numbers on the surface level, but the main thing is creating in such a way that it has a downstream effect to help me meet my objectives, and to also provide value, right? So my objectives, part of my objectives for content creation and social media and building a personal brand involve helping, right? Being actually of service and not, just being exploitative or producing fucking brain rot, make people go stupid or something, Or producing fucking brain rot, make people go stupid or something, That's not my intention. So I'm able to look at this now from a much more higher perspective, more zoomed out, I'd say. And I think that's something that I enjoy now. I can look at this, I can look at everything that I'm building, the entire brand operating system that I'm building now, and see it for what it is, which is a completely different headspace that I was before. Done. Cool. So that's gonna do its thing. Let's take a picture here. Good. Nope. Wrong one. Right now, what I'm seeing, and I guess what the consensus, if I can diagnose that, I can see what is the issue in the breakdown. So if I can diagnose that, if I can see, because this is for me, right now, what I'm seeing, and I guess what the consensus is from the research that I've done and a course that I took from Jenny Hoyt. Oh, interesting. Nice. I can do it all at once. Okay. That's cool. I can just upload it all at once then. Nice. These are the key metrics that I'm going to start tracking for you. Okay. Interesting. All of these are going to upload basically. Yeah, I think after that you just have to go in and start editing. Mm. There you go. That's how you do it. So you add related videos to that video, and that's how you get people to click on your thing. I recently started doing a back bridge for 100 seconds in the morning period. Do a trajectory analysis on what are the benefits of that and what should I be noticing as improvements in my overall body and posture over the next 6 months and 12 months and 18 months period. Keep your answers TLDR.
Daily 100's back bridges equals spine plus shoulders hip upgrade. Expect posture, mobility, strength, and presence to level up fast if you stay consistent. Nash, what you're actually training: spine extension reverses forward hunched posture, shoulders overhead mobility, opens chest, fixes tight pecs, hips glutes, stronger lockouts, pelvic control, nervous system, tolerance to stretch compression, big for resilience. 0, 6 months, foundation phase, reality check, If form is sloppy, you'll feel it in lower back. If done right, more evenly distributed stretch. This is where it compounds. Posture becomes your default identity, not effort. Noticeable aura, presence shift. You look grounded, it's open. Lower injury risk in back, shoulders, deep spinal strength, rare, most people never get here. Hidden benefits, most people miss. Better energy levels, less compression in torso. More confident body language, this matters a lot. Nervous system becomes calmer under physical stress. Key constraints, don't ignore. If hips don't extend, lower back takes over. If shoulders are tight, elbows flare, wrists hurt. Fix, think, push through glutes plus shoulders, not just lower back. Even distribution of tension. If you want to accelerate results, add bridge push-ups, light range, wall walks, thoracic extensions, pair with your ruck KB work, you'll become structurally bulletproof. Bottom line, stay consistent. This becomes one of those low-effort, high-return habits that quietly upgrades your entire structure, posture, and presence over time.
Almost there. Right. So at some point, the idea then is you got to edit it basically, constantly be editing it. Right. So that's the first piece of content. Right. I should see. Oh, there you go. He's got like 3 views already. Right now, what I'm seeing, and I guess what the consensus is from the research that I've done and a course that I took from Jenny Hoyos earlier this year, is that shorts are basically like a prime way for discovery. I don't think it necessarily is ever going to replace long form.
Okay, cool. Now I'm feeding the engine here, basically. Because this is, for me, experimentation right now and just test. I'm going to schedule this for 5 p.m. So every 2 hours. There you go. You see, you already got eight views on that thing. So if I can diagnose that, if I can see. Oh, that's cool. I can, yeah. You could do that too. Right. Create the long form and then use Femora. And then there you go. You know, put this together and then that's it. Now this one is going to be for 7 p.m. for tonight. And that'll be it. If I refresh the page, we should have a few more views. There we go. It is, which is a completely different headspace that I was before. Done. All right. And then let the data come in and let the transcript formulate, because then from there you can easily, you know, update everything that you need to. There you go. I recently started doing a back bridge for 100 seconds in the morning, period. Do a trajectory analysis on what are the benefits of that and what should I be noticing as improvements in my overall body and posture over the next 6 months and 12 months and 18 months, period. Keep your answers TLDR.
Daily 100s back bridges equals spine plus shoulders hip upgrade.
Right. I could even literally ask questions like this and like what I would have it do.
Nash, what you're actually training: spine extension, reverses forward hunched posture, shoulders, overhead mobility, opens chest, fixes tight pecs, nervous system, tolerance and stretch. This is where it comes. Present shift, you look benefits. Most key constraints, don't ignore. Fix, think. Add, bridge push-ups, light rain. Stay consistent, high return presence over time.
You see? That's how you get quick views to this thing. So it's already getting pushed very quickly. Shorts are already getting pushed very quickly. And now it's just a matter of waiting for these to get now distributed. By tomorrow, one of these pieces of content could be like 1,000 views or something, you know? That's very easy to do. All right, that's it. Oh, damn. Yeah, we got to work out a better organization process here. But yeah, that's it. That's going to be it for today. Yeah, not bad. We did a long form. We did like 4 shorts.